Thank you, sir.
All right.
Much appreciated.
Man, you get some weirdos around here. I had 2 people come up and talk to me as I'm just sitting here. It's the fucking weirdest thing ever. Wait, you got jammed too? What is that?
Yeah.
Huh. All right. All right.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chris Simon from WPAG News, and I think we're on time for the P. Diddy trial. And
Yeah.
Apparently she went in my front door this morning. Did you get her? Hey, good morning. It might be worth posting that video I shot on my phone of that Harry into the WhatsApp or whatever. Oh, so that one of the I had one of the guys who was trying to as long as we're delivering. Oh, okay. Anyway, I think people are making this all of a sudden. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. If you can text me when Dawn comes out, that's actually great. Okay. Mike, good morning.
What's up, dude? Is the family still coming out for lunch?
I was out here in the back all morning. I'm not aware of any of the family went in the front that they have.
Yeah.
But, nobody saw the mother as of 9:45.
Dawn, the witness is coming in.
She's gonna walk out. She's gonna finish testifying. She'll probably walk out right here.
Right here?
Yeah. 45. I got stills of Comey this morning.
Okay, yeah. I've never photographed her.
Nobody had. That's why I figured I'd just get it.
You know what? I did photograph her, but it was a bad angle. The reason was being that I saw her come out and I wasn't sure it was her. And then I realized it was her by the time I got her. It was a good photo.
Yeah, that happened. That happened to me this morning with one of the other prosecutors.
Were you here on Friday?
No. I'm covering New Jersey transit. So
So I was here Friday too. Oh, not all day. I started at like 4 in the morning.
it's like shockingly not popular.
No, that's where I'm coming from. They wanted me to do that. First, they wanted me to go photograph them both again. I'm like, why don't we go?
Who?
Both that practically broken braces weekend.
Oh, is it still there?
Allegedly, it might still be in the pier. So they wanted me to go photograph. So I'm like, wow, we got enough Friday for the crash. We got it yesterday. But whatever. And then when I was on my way there, they were like, oh, it's the train's not running. Go through Path. All right. I show up and it's like nothing.
Path was never shut down.
No, because that's where everybody was taken.
Oh yeah. I skipped out the buses in Patterson, New Jersey, and Garfield, New Jersey. It's totally normal day. It wasn't even standing room only.
Yeah.
I take the bus from there. But, during rush hour on a normal Tuesday, it's standing room. It wasn't even standing room.
I might just leave mine just connect by the end of the day.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, apparently people are making a big deal out of Gene Deal, Diddy's former bodyguard, just arrived.
Gene Deal?
I heard everyone making a fuss out front, but obviously I'm typing in here. Gene Deal,
Cool.
Oh, and this woman walked in today, so the blonde woman is Cassie's friend.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out.
Why would she not?
question. Have you seen any of the witnesses come through? Because somebody just said that somebody came through here.
Yeah, Carrie.
Carrie?
You know.
Are they coming in the black van, or are they just walking up?
They get out of these cars.
They get out of these black
Yes, Don
cars?
Richards arrived here.
Oh.
Those are the witnesses here?
But,
Well, I
yeah,
know
that's-
you're always here. Count it to that. Like, you're always
You're
stocked
catching the
up. But I know,
insults,
I'm
too.
like, wait.
We missed everybody today. The
We missed
family,
everybody.
But
But
did the family come?
yeah, they said somebody said they're inside.
already.
And they've
Thank you
been
for that
coming
hard
through the
box.
front. So
Yeah. They
I
didn't
was.
come through here.
They didn't come through here last.
They didn't come
Okay.
through.
So guy said that he's been out here
Wow.
this whole time, and he said the
This
family
gentleman
did
here's
not
been-
come through
he's been
here.
here all week
I know.
this
We're
week,
like, say hi.
guy gets
he's been here getting the shot. So he said that the family didn't come through here, but you said Don came in one of those cars.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the little black cars. Okay, so
And yeah, the other.
okay, so that would make sense.
They said another witnesses came in too.
another witness.
Another witness who has not taken the stand yet, who's a friend of Cassie.
Was it the mother or the friend?
Yeah.
Her
No,
name
she
is
said friend.
Carrie.
Carrie?
Because her mother was supposed to testify
So
too.
Carrie came
one?
in
Cassie.
this door just
Oh,
now.
really?
So everybody was asking
Same.
who just walked in.
What does she look like?
Yeah, she came in, exactly.
Guys, anybody know what Cassie Venture's mom looks like? Anybody know?
Yeah, so it's Carrie. So he said that that's who came in. So we have a little bit, better idea, but he gets the shots, guys. he stays
Oh,
posted
Carrie, yeah.
here
Carrie.
just as much as we do. We've been here all since last week and now. So I was like, he always knows. He's up. When something's happening, he moves. I was like, but he's sitting. I was like, he's sitting down. Nothing's going on right now.
Well,
we
we'll hear
missed
when
it.
Don Richards leaves the stand, and probably she'll walk out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we figured you guys
I'll be
would
back
because you
on
have
the
no takers. So.
It's possible. It's possible.
What was
she
your
got
name?
the front door. Ted.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Aloha. Kay Aloha Lika. Yeah, so, hi. How are you, bud? You're just getting here? Yeah, load up.
Did you go in?
No, I didn't go. I've been trying to figure out the best times to go in. No. But the witnesses
Okay, so-
are coming from back here. Some of them. So somebody's been in the front. And we're like, nobody, but they're playing ping pong today. So they're playing ping pong with us. So they're moving them around. So somebody said the family's already there and there's stuff in. And he said he's been here. So that's just what they're doing.
Well, yeah, I believe him. I believe him.
Yeah, and I believe him because he sits here. And so somebody said the family's in, that they know that the family's in. And so I haven't fact checked, but I'm going to come off and miss a shot. And so apparently the family. Oh, thank you. I know, right? It's supposed to be 80-something degrees today, so I was like, what? I'm not going to be out there with my jacket and umbrella talking about, we're going to get hit with rain. What?
Right.
Pretty day out here. So I was told that the family is inside. They got snuck in. He said he didn't see them, but the witnesses are coming. So I don't know how we're going to get the shot from here. But, and he said they're coming out of that car, those cars. So they're going. But his bodyguard didn't see here. He walked right across the street. Oh, that's the.
Yeah. Oh, that's the two.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
I promise.
Oh, yeah, y'all know I've been out here this whole time. I'm Jean's personal right, because I have the pop-off show, so I'm doing double. Oh, here comes my homegirl right here who's holding me down. Bring that Coke over here. I gotta get him some water.
Do you need a water? I have a water I can give you if you need one. Not open yet.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, he gave me, he's like, go get me some water. I got $50 to go get me some water. Right, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. No, so what happened was I was telling him, being an assistant, a personal assistant to someone who's so, y'all know who's on the map right now. So, and it's like I'm trying to explain to him, let's just leave the phones out here, so that's one less thing we have to worry about there. So, of course, it's man. So, right, exactly. Yeah, I'm also working for the Pop-Off show, so I'm doing double duty. I'm running around like.
I saw the show.
Okay. I was running to go get him. I don't know. I had to put him in the Uber because he was all the way over. I think he was all the way that way. Yeah, because he was on the other side, and I'm like, that's far away. I'm trying to run to him because, you know, as a personal assistant, you have to make sure, understand, the other third. But I'm also trying to do my show thing and all of that, but I also let him know it's not going to compromise what you're passing. So I was like, I'm going to call you a Uber.
Were you worried about him walking across the street?
Oh, no. I mean, he is a licensed, I mean, like, is you kidding me? He's a bodyguard, like Kevin Costner, for real, but black.
So he just like, I'm
Right, because this Kevin is different. It's a difference.
Like, I'm going to walk across the street.
He's regular. He's regular.
Well,
He's
I
regular.
saw the
Okay.
where
Excuse me for drinking, y'all. I'm so sorry.
I probably got like 5,000 messages
Okay.
voicing them to me, saying hi, talking about it.
Okay.
So my question is, he was on a live, he said that when he was the devil.
Right.
Somebody had sent it to me.
Right.
And I was like, what? I Googled something.
Okay.
And it said that Diddy was the devil. And that he had, I guess, somebody that brought us love.
Right.
And
Oh, he was telling the story when he let the dove go. The dove just hit the ground. Right. Yes. Right. Right. So you know the metaphor to that.
Tell us the metaphor. That's what I went.
Okay. So the metaphor basically, like, all of the badness went into the dove. That's why the dove died. So that's like.
Because I saw that video and I was like,
Yes.
holy cow.
That's the
and
metaphor
somebody
to
had
that.
shared that.
Yeah. So y'all have to remember, Jimmy's been doing this before any of this. Like, he's the originator. He's the Dundada, the OG. I'm in his book. Me and him spoke to each other every day on the phone while he was out there. When Biggie got murdered, I was the first one he called on the phone. So me and him have been friends for 35 plus years. So I've been holding him down. And, you know, I got thrown into the personal assistant.
But are you
Well, I don't know. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure that we ask him. Yeah, we'll make sure because I'm pretty sure he's gonna answer some. I'm pretty sure he's gonna answer some questions. No, I don't. Nobody has asked him to take the stand yet. So he's just coming down here because I begged him to come down here. I was like, yo, I've been down here since May 6th. I was like, yo, people are asking for you. You gotta come down here. And he was away. So as soon as he came back to the city, I called him and begged him this morning. So, because the other day on my pop-off show, I was feeling real down, and I called them my peoples, not my followers. They made me feel real good, so I told them I was going to give them a treat today. So their treat today is Gene Dill coming down. Yeah.
So you're just basically just trying to share here for him. So he was.
Well, I have to be here. I'm on duty right now. I'm on duty now. When I'm here by myself, I'm here by myself. Right, he's coming here to hear, you know, he started it all.
Is this the AP live stream?
So
Yeah.
wanted to make an appearance. Well,
How did you know I was AP?
Because I followed it the other day. I was looking for stuff on the trial and I saw the live stream, and I'm like, oh.
We didn't do that yet.
And I'm hearing people talk on the live mic, and it was
Because like I said, I begged him, like literally
Just wondering
6
where-
o'clock.
Not
this
much
morning,
happening.
I was on the phone begging him to please come down.
Maybe later,
So,
What time do they break
now,
for
when
lunch?
you
Or
come down again,
They break,
and he's
I
gonna
believe,
come
at
down again
1.
probably.
Or actually, you know,
But
court
this
is
time
done at
it was
3:30
like,
all this
no,
year. So maybe they'll break earlier.
basically, I need some gravy.
Enjoy. Looks like you have a nice setup.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
The pop-off show with Miss Pleasant.
Cheers.
GAPOPOFFSHOW. And Gene Dill makes appearances. So we down here at the Diddy trial, and every Friday, my TikTok is Miss Pleasant 1214, yeah, and my IG Miss Pleasant 1214. My birthday is December 14th. So every Friday, Gene's gonna either call in or either he's gonna pop on my YouTube, on my channel, and we're gonna give like our thoughts for the week. So my IG is, I believe, is Miss Pleasant 73. Yeah, I'm just, this is new to me, y'all. This is new. I'm always behind the scenes.
I know we have.
But yeah, I'm gonna definitely, yes. Okay. Okay, no, I'm gonna be out here. Y'all don't understand, I'm gonna be out here through the whole time. So you'll see me. So if you don't see me today, I'll be over that little corner right there in the corner. I call it the pop-off corner. That's the pop-off corner. Oh yeah, that's what I call it. Yes. Yeah, you already know. I've been seeing you out here.
I know. You're a fan of the
Oh, no. Him? They can't threaten him. Do you know? Like, you have to really know who he is. A threat? He is a threat. They can't threaten him. First of all, not here in the city anyway. He's connected. The way that he's connected through the streets, he can't. They would be a fool. Put it like this. If something happens to them, it's going to happen worse to whoever did it. And that's just on God. Oh yes, I gotta run back upstairs now. I'm definitely gonna do it. Definitely. I love y'all. Yes, no doubt. Lisa, let me get my, you know I left my pad. You know I'm not new to it. I'm not. No, okay, so don't wait for me to come out. Don't wait for me. No, because I don't want you to be
more about the time she saw Diddy comes with the computer. Dawn had said earlier this morning that she saw Holmes frequently carrying a computer. On cross-examination, Richard said she saw him with a gun. Jesus. And a few times she says she saw him with a computer on a couple of occasions and in a club. When asked, Richard confirmed she never saw Holmes pull out a computer or load it with components. Richard said she only saw the computer. Her earlier testimony this morning, she said he was wearing a few Vanity Kane member says she has reached out to Holmes to ask him about work with her again. On cross-examination, Dawn acknowledged that after partying ways with Matt Rivers and Sean Diddy Combs in 2011, she reached back after December. She says she contacted him to ask him to work together. She has reached out and has recently distributed information about him. She said, before she left in April 2011, Richard asked Holmes.
Right? To get the shot. No, this is why you always see me running around.
Yeah, I know.
This is why my skirt and my shoes have to be on point, bro. I gotta be running. I gotta be looking cool. I gotta run.
Sorry. Bye.
Well, she's done. That's it. Dawn is done.
Dawn's done.
Dawn is done. This guy's done. Yeah, she just finished up the cross-examination. They're at a sidebar at the moment.
Okay.
So we'll see what else is going on. Sorry about the wind, guys. It's so windy. I don't have my dead cat on. Why'd they call him a dead cat? That's such a weird name. Nope, nothing's on any city press that's going on. It was quick, right? They're saying it sounds like they tore her apart.
Oh, really?
Because there's a lot of inconsistencies with her stories. They're saying that she forgot things and said things with different times and dates. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
She's a witness for the prosecution.
For Cassie Ventura's friend. She's part of the group he Combs put together back at MTV.
Oh, right. Okay.
Danity Kane. Oh, that's so bad. Thank you, but Danity Kane making the band. There you go. And they're saying that she hasn't been as popular because she's tried to release her own stuff, and she hasn't been as popular since Diddy put those bands together because he dismantled them, and she sued him. She has a civil lawsuit against him as well.
It's still active right now.
My chat tells me everything. That they're better than the news. I'm telling you. Thank you, guys. You guys are better than the news. You know everything.
Is Dawn Richards completely done as a witness, or do they still need to like do a redirect and a recross and stuff?
Guys, you know if she's well, it says here. Let's see. That wasn't Intercity Press. He's inside.
Yeah, he's pretty reliable.
And he said the sidebar. That was 1 minute ago. Let me see if I got this from CNN. CNN says cross-examination of Don Richard is complete.
Okay.
Defense attorney Nicole Westermoreland's cross-examination of Don Richard is complete. Defense and prosecuting attorneys are at a sidebar.
Okay.
That was 8 minutes ago. She should be coming out this way.
I know, right?
My
That's
chat
how
was telling me, go back.
Yeah,
go back,
everybody's like, go back, go back, go back.
Give me a second. Miss everybody else today. Might not miss her. So not to miss her. If y'all can't. Thank you, guys.
No, I don't break your phone. My friends all have no cases on their hands.
Porch at the Source Realtor. Okay. And win for the book. Just me roses. We are out here trying to catch. Is it Richard or Richard? Richard or Richard? Richard.
I just assumed Richard, but I haven't heard. I'm not sure.
I'm horrible with names. Richard. Oh, so it is Richard. Richard. It is that. Okay. It is Richard.
Richard. So what questions are we going to ask her when she comes out?
Jesus. You're the. I'm new to this.
Just how did the testimony go?
That's a good one. How did the testimony go?
She's probably not going to answer. You see her?
I've already been to school. I've never been covering news stuff.
You know, she could also go out the front.
You can try. They can do better. First one here,
Okay.
back from long sidebar.
I mean, usually you pick up your phone, and this would be the natural place you would walk out, but
They're back from the sidebar. The assistant, why did you file your civil lawsuit? Don, oh, she's back on the stand.
She's
not
back on the
finished.
stand.
She's back on the stand. Don, when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions, assistant attorney, in every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura? Don, yes. Sorry, she's back on the stand. Why did CNN say she was done? What's up with CNN?
I'm sorry, on this side of it. I think they do the main testimony, then the cross, then the redirect, and you know what I mean? So that's, they probably...
Well, they should have said she's done for the moment, not done.
Yeah.
But I got this guy here, so he's right inside. I know he's right inside. The City Press, I guess he works inside the building?
No, he's an independent.
Oh, I thought he worked inside the building.
Well, because he's a court reporter, he's allowed to be.
Ah, court reporter.
Not a court reporter like he's an he's a reporter.
But he's allowed electronic devices.
He's allowed electronic devices.
Is that like you have to go to special class?
Yeah, he has to be like, this is your
I'm
whole
just more
piece.
concerned with this.
Ah, so he's
I know.
wow, he got lucky.
I don't know if you guys
This is a massive case.
should come to the back.
You know, like OJ or Michael Jackson type stuff. It's a massive, massive case. Yeah, I had 8,000 followers last week when I started. Now I'm up to 37, 38,000.
What's your platform?
Big Apple, I'm TikTok. Big Apple vibes.
Big Apple Vibes?
Well, I'm on 2.0 because they banned my live Friday because I was playing a video from Biggie Holmes. He was a bodyguard I guess he was a bodyguard for Sean Diddy back in the day, off of YouTube, and they didn't like what he was saying, so they banned me from my live until today. So I'm on my backup, 2.0, but what's going on? We
I
missing?
see him running. No.
What's going on over there?
The Diddy trial.
I figured.
I don't know who just walked out.
That was just a turn.
Kids.
Oh, okay.
tour.
Yeah, he's saying Don Richard is back on the stand.
She's back on the stand?
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's Inner City Press.
So she's not going to be walking out here.
Because they're back of a long sidebar redirect. Assistant attorney, why did you file your lawsuit? Don, when I worked for Sean Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. Assistant attorney. In every meeting with the government, did you say that Mr. Combs beats Miss Ventura?
Yeah.
You said yes.
New York City.
Sorry, guys. I'm getting my exercise today. Yeah. All these false alarms are making me crazy. All right, this one.
I was like, oh my God, why are they screaming? You
I'm
never
just
know
running
what
back
they're
and forth like a crazy man. I need two people. I need some in the front, some in the rear. I started with I gave the other water to Gene because I said hopefully gets it. Thank you so much. Oh my God. There's thousands of them. Oh. Windy. It's very, yeah, sorry. It's very windy. I took off my mic so I could charge my phone. Unfortunately, my lavalier mic does have the for the wind, but I can't charge the wind. Yeah. Thank you so much for let's see what is going on. We look at Inner City Press. I don't trust CNN because it didn't say it. It didn't say it. some Reddit. Yeah, they said it's complete. It's not complete. Oh, I tell you, CNN. Yeah, we're waiting for. Well, she's not going to come for a while. But she's going to go.
Lunch is at 12. Where are you from? Give her your information. Give her information, Lee.
I'm not even going to go back inside. Did she say Jesus has to come? No, Gina's not going to be there. Gina's just going to be there. Yes, just witnesses.
Now these guys here down here, they're usually like an external influence that shows that they're recording something. My camera systems are embedded in the federal penitentiary system. 500, the Heavenly Rest Church, up at 1085 Fifth Avenue, and then flow down the white privilege channel. Flow down the white privilege channel. Flow down the white privilege channel.
We got something new, guys.
Flow down Fifth Avenue white privilege channel. Where this woman and this man here staged something called BLM, Bureau of Land Management, Black Lives Matter. Something extra for all of us. Something extra for all of us. Something extra for all of us. Give silly white boy HIV/AIDS. Give silly white boy HIV/AIDS. Something extra for all of us. Something extra for all of us. Give silly white boy HIV/AIDS. Make him pay for all of us. Are we there yet? 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 Jimmy Kramer, 800-743 Fifth Avenue. 800-743-2622. Is that money still rolling down in Donald Trump's coffers? Are we there yet? Landon Jones, Farmington, Dakota County, Minnesota, President of the U.S. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Have you seen my universal coverage of rapid expansion of real estate buildings? World Trade Center, 2nd Avenue Subway, Citi Field, Yankee Stadium, Hudson Yards, 432 Park Ave, 425 Park Ave. You can't have all that. You can't have all that. You can't have all that. You can't have Landon Jones, you ain't all that. Landon Jones, you ain't all that. Landon Jones, you ain't all that. Landon Mr. Rockefeller, you ain't all that. Now I told you back in Bernie Madoff, 18 and a half years ago, Black Friday 2006, if this thing goes wrong, Muriel Siebert, 82 years old, as an old white Jew, if this thing goes wrong, I want lifelong residuals. First and foremost, I want $700 million right off the top. $700 million right off the top. Let's get this party started right. 700 million cash. Now, 2006. Now. Jimmy Kramer, when does trading begin? Trading begins right now. Jim Kramer, every day at CNBC. When does trading begin? Trading begins now. Would you like to be in Am I Diversified, or would you like to be in the lightning round? Trading begins now. We run a smooth operation. Swaps and derivatives, hedge fund model, Muriel Siebert, Landon Jones Enterprises. Swaps and Drew, my past criminal law firm activity and my data manipulation through my Westlaw accounts of all the criminal profiles. Profiles of Courage, my universal takeover of NBC Universal, GE, Lazard, Deloitte. You can't have all that. 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 Watch me. Are you still watching me? Mom, Dad, you still watching me? Marie Sachs, Farmington, Dakota County, Minnesota, you still watching me? Brown Turf Farm, still watching me? KL Hobby Farm, LaTurner Farm, Stegmeyer Lee Rad, Double T Stables, you still watching me? You still watching me? 651-463-5580. Know where you is, Landon Jones. You ain't in Farmington anymore. Know where you is. Landon. Landon. Know where you is, Landon. We are black. We are black. We are black. All my bank accounts are all in the black. All my money is green. I live at 455 Central Park West, between 105 and 106 on Central Park West, in a landmark luxury complex duplex, 6-bath, 4-bed. Officers of the court, where am I sleeping tonight? Am I still sleeping under black rule of torture, rape, and malfeasance in my fucking squad car at Midtown North? Squad's 2601? Am I still sleeping in my fucking squad? Answer the fucking question! Am I blonde or am I not blonde and white? Answer the fucking question under oath! Your Honor, am I not white, blonde, blue-eyed? Answer the fucking question! Now! When does trading begin? No! White privilege. We all white privilege. No! Where am I sleeping tonight? The answer for this court, 455 Central Park West. How am I getting there? One of our finest court liaisons will be accompanying you there. Once you're under the proper medicine management and under our leash. Ain't that right, my man? Ain't that right? Landon J. John Jones, lawyer, doctor, private pilot, President of the motherfucking United States of America. We want Donald Trump back. My black says Donald Trump back. My black said Donald Trump back. My black said Donald Trump back. My black say 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 Donald Trump back. What are you trying to say? Is this woman's a judge? My black say Donald Trump back. I don't give a damn. She's a fucking hooker. White privilege has always run this fucking country. Get the fuck out of town. 44 has been repealed. Heavy, heavy prejudice. Heavy, heavy, heavy prejudice. Landon, really, tell us what's going on. Landon, what's going on? Landon, come on. Did you take your crazy medicine this morning? Landon, did you take your Landon, Dr. Landon, Dr. Landon, did you take the medicine this morning? Why? Because I'm telling you shit you don't want to hear? Right now? Right now? Get your fucking hoo-ha out of our farm daughters. We're not bringing a half and half to fucking church.
Are they on a break?
No,
break, they still had Dawn up there, and I think they're going to do a redirect. Because Nicole was, when I walked out, Nicole was perfect. To make Dawn look like a liar.
You know what?
It's supposed to be a drug. They should be on break now. First break. The first break.
Oh, they are.
Should be. 'Cause we hadn't had a first break yet.
Okay.
And then lunchtime is coming up soon.
What time is that?
Usually around 12.
Now, do you guys all think I'm self-dealing like a Jew?
And then what happened?
Like a Jewish victim with Guido Calabrese and John Carroll? Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor,
3 o'clock. We're done at 3 o'clock
Ruth
today.
Bader Ginsburg, Anton Scalia, Sandra O'Connor, Clarence Thomas, John Roberts. Is there anyone else that I clerked under? I'm the author and the brainchild behind the 2007 hate crime legislation bill of the 21st century. That is the bill that your black took and used executive power and authority to seat your black in my White House. That was wrong of me to let you do that. That was wrong of me to let you do that. That was wrong of me to let you steer 400 years of criminal penal law justice, and I gotta self-correct it. I gotta correct it to myself. Are you watching the self-correcting courts and the self-clearing courts of the New York Stock Exchange work? Are you watching the self-clearing operation of the NASDAQ and the ICE, Intercontinental Exchange, and immigration naturalization work? Are you watching the actual courts work?
Just the chilling fillers, they're producing
Do you also have me on the same ACS hold you had me on for 18 years, right next to Bellevue, as chief of residency of Bellevue? Do you have me on the same protective custody ACS hold as a silly, scared little white boy? Better give us that White House or else. Silly white boy, and you and your family better give us the White House or else. Extortion and bribery. Extortion and bribery. I know there are 300 million white farmers that are agree exactly the way I feel. Extortion and bribery. Well, what do you want us to do? Just hand over you all our big black drug empires, all our black sex money scandals? Is that what you really expected? You think us and all of our UPS delivery personnel of our secret drug packages, you think our black is that stupid? Yes! I think your black is that stupid. About as stupid as you think I was gonna go away. About as stupid as you think I was gonna go away and now self-correct this. What do you see over there by the African 290 Broadway? A little repair ticket on one of my presidential motor coaches? A driver that refused to carry me? A driver that refused to carry me? Are you watching here, white boy, how your grandfathers built America? I'm a grandfather's scholar. I clerked in-house at Thomson Reuters. I'm from Farmington, Dakota County. We've had the law company in our backyard for 125 years. It's about time somebody used this kind of power. Now, folks,
Are they on a break?
You all need something to look forward to.
Thanks. What time's lunch?
12.
12?
Yeah.
In just 4 years, we'll be the 100-year floodplain of the Great Depression, 1929 to 2029. We've already been through the worst of the Great Recession. The cleanup of your undealt with male-on-male pandemic, where I, as a silly white
I'm not
wall
sure.
scholar, rewrote the laws
But that's where
to
I
you
am.
blacks, you Latinos, you Asian empire down here in Chinatown, to retrofit in all your families and live at my white privilege level. We've already seen the worst of the floodplain. You all unilaterally offer cars and services to let lease 99 years gold standard of leasing capabilities from 1990 to 2010. Are you not expecting a housing ripple as a result of your oversale? Please tell me, Italian mafia, that you're not listening to my every goddamn word. Because what I know over there, laughing with his ear button, is watching this on YouTube, on C-SPAN, on Political. He's seen the rapper on Loot Factor. He's saying, I get paid the same way either way. I don't care whatever happens.
What's going on?
Said she's coming out the front. Gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, okay. We'll see. Everybody's not telling us.
Someone just said she's coming.
Now that better be a 21 gun salute.
How'd it go in there?
Very proud of her. She's very courageous. She's an inspiration to me.
Dawn, how do you think it went today? Lisa, do you have any comment? Dawn?
She just came out the back. Hey! Yeah, I've had to pee for like an hour. I just got her, so we're good. Don Richards. What time do you need to leave for Brooklyn?
Dawn Richard came out from this way? She went down here. So she did leave. How long ago was that?
What was your relationship? You were best friends. Your boyfriend assaulted her. Do you see him here? Yes. They're in a yellow sweater. Let the record reflect that this is why are you here? I got a subpoena. Oh, she's the one that got subpoenaed. That's what I was trying to figure out. I got subpoenaed. Where did you live? Manhattan. Did you have a drink? Very what was she doing for work? Me and you. When did you learn they were dating?
about to end. So I'm just going to the front to start a live, and then I'm gonna probably bring it back over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna go start my live real quick. Yeah, Kerry Morgan is her best friend is testifying, but they're just gonna start it right before
It's almost lunchtime. They should be coming down soon.
Who's the smartest one compared to the other one?
Here, I'll put a new battery on the live view.
I'm not sure of the family. I've seen some of these families out here, but I'm not. But I don't think the lawyers out here, but yeah, sometimes they stay.
Yeah, camera.
Hey,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 1
Right, yeah. But then this federal case is what we found with me. So she's out on both. Right. Civil suit awarded. So the federal government is now in this case. I mean, I can see they're certainly saying, yeah, he did what good, for sure. That's given. But what else are they proving? Right, but that's all they're talking about.
Yes, Nancy, it started off pretty interesting this morning with Diddy's lawyers actually arguing that the case that the witness is not more of a gossip chamber of some sort. They are trying to get some of the chef's testimony that's expected to testify thrown out, saying what does the chef's testimony have to do with the indictment? And the prosecution is saying, well, that has to do with forced labor. We also saw Dawn Richard finish her direct testimony and get cross-examined. And what's come into question, Nancy, is all of Dawn Richard's previous statements to the government as they appear to change. And we learned this when the defense came up to cross-examine her, and Dawn Richard actually admitted herself that her testimony has changed based on her memories. Specifically, after the stealing incident, she testified last week yesterday that Diddy and Charles Pierre, one of his bad boy record executives, actually said to her that if she told, people go missing if they tell. And the defense pointed out that she had never said this to the government, and then she admitted that, she didn't remember. So they are really trying to poke holes in her statement. Additionally, the government pointed out that she left after a certain period of time working for Diddy because she was scared, and he had threatened her, and she saw the violence he committed. And the defense said, well, isn't it true that you texted him to work for him again? And she said yes, but she said that she did this for her bandmate Letta Harper at her request. Now, there was what I believe is a big bombshell in celebrity news. Dawn Richard said that at a dinner they were at in LA, Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach, and there were other celebrities there too, like Usher. And additionally, after the government would ask Dawn Richard about these different occurrences of violence, they would always make sure to ask after which of Diddy's
On 8 different occasions. She went through each and every one and showed her what she said, what they wrote down that she said. And in no case did it show her that she did it.
Yes, so Dawn Richard first testified on Friday that she was recording music at Diddy's LA home with her bandmate. They were in this Diddy's Dirty Money for Dirty Money. And Cassie was making eggs at the stove. Diddy came down the stairs, and she said that he attacked her or tried to hit her with a frying pan, and that Cassie was down in a fetal position, and then he grabbed her on the stairs. Now, Dawn Richard, during her after she was called out for changing her story, she said without a doubt that she knows that Diddy hurt Cassie. She was in the fetal position, and she saw her hand. Well, the first thing that the defense pointed out is that she never told the government. And I believe that she had a feelings that Diddy never said to her, go missing. And this is just they just don't have a reaction. But I'm really surprised because sometimes I go, my face still people not react. You know, kind of play. Initially, I've seen anything happen. There is a woman who was discrimination by the name of Westmoreland. I felt that, you know, she was effective, and in my opinion, she's been she was on the objection at one point. Again, overall, she's been pretty effective. At one point, she did. The judge was like, I think you need objection, and, you know, she went on. And this was early on, so I was like, she might be a little nervous. Well, she says that he verbally threatened her, and that he would always say things like, you know, this is not your business, stay out of my relationship. There was something else that she said that hard here.
Come up here, Lisa.
Oh man, is that Gene Deal? Can I say hey to you for a second on my TikTok? Guys, this is Gene Deal. Yeah, I've been reporting on you for a while, man. I'm Secret Service Sam. Guys, this is Gene Deal. Gene Deal, how are you feeling, my friend? Give my Patriots an exclusive. What do you think's going on? Guys, Gene Deal is the main man. He's the bodyguard. He has been the one leading the entire front on this Diddy campaign. That's it, right? Right? I mean, besides Jaguar Wright, you're the most credible person we have. You're Diddy's ex-bodyguard. Tell the folks, man. You don't want to say much? Come on, Gene.
You already did it, Playboy.
Come on, Gene. You're always saying something. Give him something here. What do you think? Do you think Diddy's going to get off, or you think what are we looking like?
I think the prosecution is doing a great job. They need to keep up the good work.
Right.
I think they went real lenient on them because they could have given them way more charges than they did, and that's it.
What do you think about Dawn Richard? Miss Westmoreland was like, the lawyer was destroying her on the stand, her credibility. She had 8 different times she met with the feds, and they're like, why did you not mention anything about Diddy threatening your life and all that time? Do you believe Dawn Richard?
A lot of people are traumatized, man. You know, you got to look at it that way. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at that this guy holding their life in their hands.
Right, and that makes a difference.
Makes
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Guys, that's Gene. Thank you.
Seeing all of that and with that point,
Take a Sam seat.
Hey, how are you doing? Thank you, sir.
We should have.
For the trial
Yeah. We talked about how people are traumatized by Diddy, and it's definitely
pointed out that she did state
Thank you.
before people go missing. I think it was her last interview in April or May of 2025. But the 7 before that,
yeah, so I was over there the other
left
day.
that one part out. Yeah, no problem. Yep, no problem. Dawn Richard, and this is through the government as well as the defense, she interviewed with the government multiple times, about 7 or 8 times, and she did not say that specific line about people going missing or in general until about the 8th meeting, the last meeting, which occurred in
soon.
Yes, according to the transcript that she read, but that goes back to her saying that she tried to forget these memories and suppress them, and while working with the government, she was able to recount these memories.
Going up, I mean, going like this.
The back row right before the final, right after the final range. That's all right.
No, but that's what they said. That's what about the when they
好多年前，那时候我们在一个位置坐底下呢，哇，那是。
don't know him. He's probably somewhere else.
Well, James Ford does exactly what Simon represented. Charles, I was hosting the morning show.
I'm sure she just did the right things.
Yeah.
Some people get off of her name's wrong. Hey, next thing you know, you're calling the cops. And her dad was a big. Yeah, so I'm sure, like. Alright. I'll probably be here on whatever your next day is to relieve.
Thursday.
คุณกับแสดง
Fox family, Antoine Lewis reporting from our Upper East Side studios, trying to catch you up, bring you up to speed on some of our headlines today. We have had a busy weekend and we have a lot going on. So as you're tuning in, we're just going to start with some of our top talkers, if you will. Of course, we want to go down to Lower Manhattan and talk about the Diddy trial and what's going on there. Dawn Richards, who's a friend of the former girlfriend of Diddy, Cassie Ventura, she's back on the stand. Now, Dawn Richards is a singer. She was in a group called Danity Kane that Puffy, Diddy, if you will, I think he was Puffy at the time, had also helped to try to break them into the music business. Now, she started her testimony on Friday, and what she was talking about on the stand were instances that she said where she saw Combs physically assault and attack, if you will, Cassie Ventura. She described one incident from 2009, I believe it is, where she said being Dawn Richard, said that she was recording at the house, the facility, someplace on the property where they were all together, and that she told the court that she witnessed Sean Combs come down screaming and that he physically assaulted Cassie Ventura, again, her words, by hitting her on the head and a couple of other places there or about. So very serious allegations going on there, very serious testimony. Richard will, of course, then be cross-examined at some point once the defense gets their chance to, as you know, cross-examine any witnesses. So that's one of the headlines there. We'll, of course, talk to you about the Brooklyn Bridge and what happened with the Mexican Navy ship, what was going on there, which caught all of us, just amazed. Just seeing the video still seemed surreal, even when I saw it late Saturday evening after friends were texting saying, hey, did you hear? That sort of thing as well. So let me see. Anyone having a question? My comrade and producer, Alex, is right over my shoulder, and we're just checking in with you. And let's see, one other thing that apparently is Justin Bieber taking the stand. Okay, now, from our understanding, because that came up, and thank you for that question, it is our understanding that he is not supposed to be called as a witness. That could, however, change, depending upon, I want to say, I'm not a legal expert, but I do believe in discovery. I think it is the section where you have to produce, who you're going to call or the potential witness list for that. So that came up last week. And it is my understanding that will not be the case, that right now that's not going to be the case. But certainly a lot of questions about Bieber, certainly a lot of other questions about who's going to be testifying for the defense once it's their turn to go about and produce witnesses and things like that. So yeah, a lot of curiosity in that regard. Dawn Richard also said that she was told the court that she had been threatened, if you will, by defendant Combs, saying something along the line. She told the court that he said to her, again, allegedly, that she and or they, meaning possibly her and Cassie or anyone else, could go missing. So that kind of testimony also came out from the stand as Dawn Richard, again, the singer, has been testifying. Who's on the stand now? Lisa Evers, my colleague, is in the courtroom. We believe, at last check I heard, that it was still Richard that was on the stand. It is 1:13. Having been down in that courthouse, this is probably the time where they're taking lunch, depending upon what time that the judge gave them to do so. So it could be likely doing that, like a quarter after 1. Usually they are back on the in the courtroom by 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock if the testimony went long and then he took the break at 1. Then it's usually about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. Let's see, anyone else have a question? Lisa just gave us an update there. Alex just let me know, so we'll be waiting for that. But again, Don Richard was the last one taking the stand. And let's see, Carrie Morgan, another friend, testified that she twice saw Combs physically assault her and recalled Combs pulling her hair, kicking and punishing her. So just, the nature of what the testimony is certainly disturbing and certainly unsettling, but again, right now, these are just witness statements testifying to what they saw to the court. It will certainly be up to the jury to determine guilt or innocence in this matter. We also want to point out that Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to these charges and is certainly afforded the presumption of innocence until something like that changes on the day that a verdict, should it change, that a verdict is rendered. So Alex just went to go get that bit of information off of the printer there, which means I won't touch anything right now. There are a lot of buttons over here that I'm unfamiliar with, but so I won't be touching anything like that until she, of course, comes back. Incidentally, also talking about weather, because that was something else that I was working on another story today. It is absolutely a stunning day outside today. So if you're in the area, in the New York metro area, you should be enjoying this day. And if you are outside of our area, certainly hoping that you are having a good day and making the most out of that. Here's a little handout. Thank you, dear. The next witness on the stand, which will continue after lunch break, is Carrie Morgan, who's now estranged, but nonetheless testified that Combs apparently had, this is what she said earlier today, that Combs had beat her with a wooden coat hanger and gave her a concussion in 2018. And she apparently is testifying to the fact that she and Cassie Ventura are no longer friends, but nonetheless, she was still called as as a witness to produce evidence, if you will, allegations that substantiate the prosecution's case. So that's what's going on right now. And again, after break, which usually, like I said, sometime around quarter of 2-ish, 2 o'clock, just knowing how that federal courthouse down there in Lower Manhattan operates there. So again, if you're just tuning in with us, I'm Antoine Lewis, joining you happily from our Fox 5 studios here on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, trying to bring you up to speed on all of today's stories and headlines, anything else you may have a question on, particularly in regards to the ship, the Mexican Navy ship that hit the Brooklyn Bridge on Saturday night. At some point this afternoon, possibly in the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we're understanding that a NTSB, National Transportation Board, is going to be giving an update with the very latest on the investigation into that. We can let you know, in case you didn't know, that this happened Saturday evening. From our understanding, Mexican training ship, if you will, a Navy ship, Navy vessel. Depending upon the information that's coming out, it seems like the ship was going in the wrong direction. That's again information that's coming out, and that's how it came into contact with the Brooklyn Bridge. A lot of questions. If you've seen the video, you can see the mast. The first one doesn't even go near, escaping underneath it. So you have to wonder about dimensions, wonder about sizes, permissions. All of those are questions that the NTSB will be trying to provide answers and information to. We also know that 2 people were killed, in this incident on board the ship, and some 19 others injured, some of them critically. So this was a very serious situation. Certainly, given we're talking about a bridge, a suspension structure, over the East River there, with cars going across, and just the magnitude of what could have happened is certainly also being taken into consideration as we await for updates and hopefully get the chance to ask questions, to the degree that investigators can provide those answers given the extent of what they know right now and the interviews being done. 1 second. Let's see, we have another question here. If Diddy is found guilty, what sentence would he face? Ooh, Okay, that one, because these are involved sex trafficking as well as kidnapping, and I'll follow up with kidnapping because a lot of people say, well, how is kidnapping? I'll explain what that means legally. These are very serious charges, and certainly substantial jail time is among the penalties, if you will, that will be levied against him. Kidnapping is interesting. Kidnapping legally is determined when you hold someone against their, when you prevent someone from moving. Like let's say if someone's trying to get out of a door and you are not letting them leave or escape. Legally, that's recognized as kidnapping. So that is the likelihood of how that charge came along to be part of that. But again, he's pleaded not guilty. But yeah, that was a great question. We'll see if we can work on a little bit more definite answer for you there. But certainly substantial jail time will be among the penalties in addition to that. Let's see. Still don't believe anyone's back on the stand just yet. And we have another question here. There's a lot of chat about the charges Diddy is facing. Do you have the details? Well, sex trafficking, racketeering is also one of the charges. And again, the kidnapping charge. Now, racketeering in that, remember, Sean Combs is accused of running an organization, if you will, meaning an outfit where these allegations were carried out, were enacted, and things like that. So that's where the racketeering charge comes into play with that one, and that's why it was one of the ones prosecutors brought against, because they are alleging that this was I don't want to say empire, but a serious organization where these types of behaviors that prosecutors are accusing him of were carried out over a substantial period of time, going back to not very long after he started to become a name in the music industry. So we're talking a substantial amount of time that they are alleging that all of this behavior took place and the actions there. Hang on one second. And I don't have my tie on just yet because I don't have to be on air until 3 o'clock, for our news block update in there. So that's why you're seeing me a little bit dressed down than normal. But my glasses are handy and nearby just in case I need to read, because the contact lenses aren't in just yet. Hold on one second. Let's see. Okay. A lot of opinions. And here's the thing about that. I always remind everybody that you have to be slow to judge and just try to relay on the facts on a matter, because it's going to be ultimately up to what the prosecution presents and what the defense rebuts and then presents. Then the 12 jurors who will decide ultimately whether or not, this person, whomever the defendant is, in this case, Sean Combs, is guilty or innocent of. So you have to remember, a lot of times it's easy to say, particularly when you see the news information coming where, it's just accused of this, and that, like that. We have to be responsible to make sure that we're balancing that out by reminding that he or she, the individual, whatever their plea was, and then just to remind that, we ourselves have to keep our own selves in check so that we are writing in a way that, again, is impartial and just strictly on the facts. It doesn't suggest or lead in any other way, because we're not ultimately legal experts. That's not, the role that we play. And ultimately, our opinions as journalists doesn't matter. All our job is to do is to provide the information up there and to make sure that it is accurate, as best we understand it to be. So that's why you see a lot of, you may hear the terms alleged, because again, until a person is convicted, these are just, or found not guilty, they are just allegations. Hang on. Antoine, how many more people are scheduled to testify? That's a good question, and thank you for all of it. Let me see if that's in my little notes here. Don't have the exact number, but it is a substantial sheet. How much longer? That's a, let's see. These down here. Let's see. You can possibly hear Alex off camera pointing me to the right stack of papers, to make sure that we have that there. Yeah, it's deep within. Let me go to the last. How long will the trial last? Let's see. Prosecution is on pace to finish its case within 6 weeks. And let's see. This is day 10, I want to say. I believe this is day 10. Like that. So that's what we have there. Confidential witness. We got that one. Yep. So our sheets right now don't have the exact total of the numbers on them, but we can tell you prosecution's on pace, efforting 6 weeks of its side before they then rest. And the defense will take over, afforded the same amount of time, but they can certainly go as long as they need to, so long as the judge, is okay with that. And let's see, trying to just keep my eye on the courthouse in case I see anything else that's going on there. And let's see, also, let me go back to my other information sheet. A lot of sheets up here, just trying to make sure that I am happening myself in the, hold on one second. Easy. Just go easy. I'm messing with one of our other producers over there. There's food in the newsroom. And he's over there picking up French fries or something. That was from one of our, from the noon show that was in there. Will there be any big stars? If so, that information would, that can always change, like even though you have to produce a witness list that both sides are aware of so that there are no surprises, nothing that we would say that constitutes a lister has been confirmed. That information certainly would have gotten out by now, but that doesn't mean that either side isn't afforded the chance to maybe add one, as long as it's approved by the court and both sides agree to that. We were just asked about Bieber a while back, if that was going to be the case. Also last week, Michael B. Jordan was a name that came up. Michael B. Jordan came up, and Chris Brown, I believe, and Kid Cudi. Chris Brown didn't, but it was Kid Cudi that came up. I knew there were a few. So again, these are names that, people are wondering, people are asking about. Way back at the onset, somebody was asking about Jay-Z, to possibly testify as a defense witness. Other names mentioned out there were, of course, people who are professionally close to Sean Combs, your Mary J. Blige's, names along those. But those are certainly not names that we've heard that will be testifying in this matter, at least not right now. What happened in court today? Okay. We told you that Carrie Morgan, who used to be friends with Cassie Ventura, is on the stand, and she was testifying this morning about acts of violence that she saw demonstrated by Sean Combs against his, again, former Ventura, and from what we understand, her former friend, Cassie Ventura. So that's why she was called, and her testimony was this morning. And she comes on the heels of Dawn Richard, who testified Friday. And Richard was a member of the group Danity Kane that Combs produced at one point. So if you're familiar with that, then she was one of the singers, if not the lead singer in that group, both testifying that they saw witnessed acts of violence that include assault, at least one instance of hair pulling, and another instance, according to one of them, Carrie Morgan testified that Combs had, these are her words, beat her with a wooden coat hanger and gave her a concussion in 2018. So that's what's on the stand right now. And let's say this came out in court that Carrie Morgan and Cassie were no longer friends because Carrie told her to leave Combs and she would not. And that's apparently what she testified in court was the reason that she and Cassie Ventura are no longer friends. The allegations in this case are quite unsettling and very, very disturbing. Keep that in mind. But again, as I had just mentioned, until all things are determined by the jury in this matter, once the court is wrapped up and the verdict is in as to guilt or innocence, then, that's when you can understand a little bit more, as to why you are hearing, and reminders that these are allegations, these are charges, because he has not been found guilty or innocent. That will be determined by the jurors. And again, like I pointed out, Combs has pleaded not guilty in this matter as far as his plea that was entered in. Let's see what we have here. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, Diddy is done. His reputation is destroyed. The curtain pulled back on his nasty lifestyle. No one will want to endorse him or do business with him. I don't have all I could say to that is one, thank you for the question. And we all know the court of public opinion, cannot always be nice, that people are entitled to their opinions, but that's a point that is certainly respected. That's a point that is also shared, by many, a thought like that. But then we don't know that to always be the case, because in as much as the court of opinion is very strong, there are also cases historically where forgiveness, if you will, I'm reaching here, but just to say that the court of opinion can sometimes swing back the other way, to whatever degree. And that's not me saying that that's going to be the case here. That's just saying that that's certainly a good point, and that's certainly a possibility, but we really won't know any of that until, months and months after, particularly, should he be convicted, then that will involve jail time, a substantial amount, of that. So, certainly the ability to do business is, certainly compromised to a tremendous degree by an individual who's behind bars, as opposed to if he's found not guilty, then, again, trying to resume or restart, life would be equally as difficult, I would imagine, like that. Thank you for that question. Thank you for all of the questions that you have. Let's see if we have one more. What did Dawn Richards testify? Dawn Richards just testified that what she saw as far as behaviors, assaults against Cassie Ventura. She was on the stand Friday, and that's what she testified to. She just, told the court what she saw, including an incident where she says he, meaning Combs, came downstairs, he came downstairs screaming and proceeded to hit her on the head and beat her on the ground in front of us. Dawn Richards said that she was in Combs' house at the time, and she was a cast member on the MTV reality show Making the Band, if you remember that, and that was where the group Danity Kane was launched. So that was just some of her testimony that she gave. She said on other occasions she saw Combs, again, her words, allegations, punch Cassie in the face with a closed fist, and that she saw him punch her in the stomach during an argument at a restaurant. So again, disturbing allegations, but coming from people at the great risk of perjuring themselves. If you go on that stand, you take, an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. So again, these are her words. This is what she's testifying to the court that she saw. She will certainly, face cross-examination from the defense, and then the defense will, of course, get a chance to present their side once the prosecution rests. And they were efforting for 6 weeks or so, and I believe this is day 9 or 10, as far as when the trial has actually began. Let's see. We got one more. Whatever happened to Kim Porter? A lot of theories, rest in peace, to that. Kim Porter, who is the ex of Sean Combs and mother of at least one of his children, a lot of speculation about that. And as far as I know, she, rest in peace, passed away. I have not seen any mention of her as far as, meaning Kim Porter, being brought up to any great degree by either side in there. But I also haven't been in that courtroom every day that the trial has begun. So a lot of speculation about that, and I certainly don't want to misspeak, in that regard. But that is a very fair question. And if you Google that, I just, go to research that, then again, just, be careful of the source of where you're getting that from. And then remember only anything that has been corroborated legally, meaning through a court of law, or coming from an official in a capacity to speak on, should you then take as that being the case of what happened to someone. Stand by. Let's see. Alex and I are talking. I'm not being rude to you at all. This goes to the question a few questions ago about names, and Al B. Shore, R&B singer from the late '80s, '90s, has also been mentioned possibly again one of those names that may be called, a witness because of his connection to Diddy and his connection to Diddy's family, if you will, there. So, but again, nothing has been definitive as far as whether or not he or anybody else from the music world, any of those figures other than what we just mentioned now. We were asked about Bieber earlier. And then, of course, at the onset, once the trial date had been set and coverage then shifts to who is going to be talking and things like that. Then, that's when you start hearing names of inner circles and stuff like that. But no major A-lister that we are aware of has been presented as possibly a witness to be called forward. Let's see. All right. And again, let me bring you up to speed on our other stories going on in our area. Now, New Jersey transit users. Okay. You talk about a rough weekend. And we certainly empathize for all of you that were impacted by the strike, but we are happy to report that the normalcy is about to return to the degree that it can because the strike is over. The union and the other side representing the state and New Jersey Transit found agreement over the weekend and that the strike is now over. So we'll have more details on that throughout the day, but that is certainly good news for all of the thousands of riders, of commuters, of strap hangers that were impacted by the strike when the engineers went on strike at midnight on Friday. Let's see, I have a mic in my ear. I'm just keeping my eye on the courthouse to see if anybody's walking up like that we can hear just the mic that's in place in front of our camera that's out there. So, yeah, that strike certainly brought transportation for metro area, particularly for our New Jersey, our Garden State residents, and those that commute back and forth to the city, certainly impacted by that degree. A big sigh of relief being breathed that it didn't extend any longer than it unfortunately did. Knowing how many people rely on mass transit, to get to and work, to get to and from school, to check on relatives, to make sure loved ones are fine. Appointments, little things like that, just to go out for, dinner or whatever you may have to do, So, yeah, just glad that didn't extend any longer than it possibly could have, and that both sides apparently found uniformity and found agreement and that they're working out the details on that in that regard as well. Let's see. Yeah. Everyone's quiet. Okay. 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 Just be careful. Remember, everybody, when you're talking, always in forums like this, share opinions, and things like that. Always be kind, because differences of opinion happen. You may not even agree with everything that you're seeing on this end, but just always be kind and always be respectful, particularly of your neighbors as you're engaging in forums like this. We're all just trying to get through the day, at the end of the day. That certainly includes all of us, as that we inhabit, our beautiful, beautiful earth. Hold on one second. All right. I'm not going to get too philosophical there. Everyone's like, well, where's Twan going? Like, no. Promise I won't. Alex is busy translating behind me. And let's see, did Stevie Wonder claim to witness anything Diddy did? I don't know Stevie like that, even though he is among my 3 favorites, just me just throwing it out there, but certainly not, that I am aware of to that degree. But We appreciate the engagement, and this forum, is still even new to us. Being able to engage with you here, in a real time capacity. So just another avenue to get information out, in a breaking situation or in a supplemental situation outside of our traditional newscasts, where we are limited by time, and there are other restraints too. There's a little bit more freedom allowed here, to engage, to do that, to not have to wear the tie, because the newsroom is literally right behind us, to do that. So yeah, it's a little bit, we don't, we can stumble a little bit and we can fumble for words, a little bit more in this capacity, but also just, in real time, just to show the engagement, which is all that it's about, having, some sort of way to share, what we're learning, what we're knowing, in a real time capacity, because not everyone has the opportunity to pull up a television set. A lot of people now are getting news right from their devices, your phones, your tablets and things like that, which is why formats like this and this type of engagement is critical, and important to us, because we are recognizing just how much, people are on the go. You may be on the subway now, maybe on the train now, maybe watching, as you're at the airport about to take off or even fly in, so that's why this type of engagement on this platform, means a lot, and why you see so many of me, my colleagues, doing it throughout the day whenever we have an opportunity to, just to bring you up to speed, maybe even give you a break from what you're working on, in your day, just to, say that and just to stay informed and up to date without having to go and, grab the remote, and, find something. You can just do it right in your device, with your device, right then and there. Oh, 1 second. Uh-oh. Got a cable here. My elbow got caught in the cable. I think it is. Yeah. Like that. Like that. Not that it's a massive elbow or anything like that. It's just that apparently when I was moving, it got a little bit twisted in that regard. All right. So, yep. Another question about Diddy on the stand. Again, Carrie Morgan, a former friend of Cassie Ventura, the former girlfriend, if you will, of Sean Combs, who she was the one that was in that video, that infamous, video from the hotel back in 2016, where it showed Sean Combs, and he admitted that it is he, showed Sean Combs, attacking a woman in the hall, and Ventura is the woman, and she finished her testimony last week. See, hold on 1 second. Yep, Danity Kane singer Dawn Richard testified that Diddy threatened her with death after witnessing him frequently abuse Cassie Ventura, including an attempt to hit Cassie with a skillet. So that information is coming into us now. And again, this is what she's testifying, she being Dawn Richard, testifying on court. Richard also said that Diddy told her and another woman that they could go missing, and that Cassie's friend, which I just mentioned, Carrie Morgan, also testified, saying that she saw Diddy pull Cassie's hair, kicking her, and pushing her as well. When is court over today? Any new updates? That information I just gave is what we are getting from inside the courtroom for sources that we have, and depends. The judge went long a few days last week, meaning past the 4:30, 4:45 mark. So it's entirely up to the judge, to do, but generally around 4 o'clock-ish, sometime in that neighborhood, maybe a little bit after, is when court wraps. And then what happens in that situation is the crews have to wait, meaning like the reporters and everyone in. They usually the bailiffs will keep everybody in place until after the jury leaves first. They go, they leave the jury box first. Then there's an organized way, where the court officers, will then say everyone else can go. Generally, that's when you see the media, the press that's gathered inside, all grabbing, stuff and just trying to get to the elevator as quickly as you can, because then you have to come down, and try to get in front of the camera, and then, be organized, and then just repeat everything that's going on. It is a stressful process. trust me, and trying to see how many journalists you can squeeze into an elevator. That's just journalists trying to get in. You also have, members from the prosecution's team. The district offices there, the DAs and the prosecutors there, U.S. Attorney's office, and as well as people in the courtroom, all trying to leave. So yeah, it can be a situation for sure. See, the last thing Carrie Morgan was talking about was the last time she saw or talked to Cassie. This information coming in now. It was a month after the coat hanger beating in 2018. Cassie met her at a pizza place in West Hollywood and gave her $30,000 cash from Combs after she signed an NDA. That's a non-disclosure agreement, and that's from Lisa Evers. Lisa Evers is in the courtroom giving updates there. So Carrie Morgan, again, a former friend of Cassie Ventura, still on the stand, and she's talking about how she received cash from Combs after she signed a non-disclosure agreement, which generally means that you can be sued if you say or speak or anything, or violate the contents, of that. Clearly, in this legal matter here, all of that has been taken into consideration, or Carrie Morgan, would not have been called as a witness, by the prosecution. And let's see, I want to hear about evidence. Yeah, let's see if we can send a message to that. Right now, the evidence includes that video, which shows the assault from the 2016 hotel. And again, these are just things that I'm recollecting right now as far as that. And of course, the statement, witnesses who are testifying to what they saw. And again, under the premise of perjury, because if you go into the witness stand to talk to the court, again, you raise your hand and you swear that you're about to tell the truth and the whole truth, so you run the risk of perjuring yourself should you go up there and lie. And so anyone who's testifying in court about what they saw, is certainly aware, or had been advised, of that. The fact that what you are about to tell the court certainly should be considered the truth and nothing less. Let's see. There is this. Don Richard said she witnessed Combs frequently abuse Ventura, including an attempt to hit her with a skillet. Oh, okay. So, yeah, again, this information is coming out. And also, just so that you know, depends upon the rules of the court. Sometimes we can't even, phones are never allowed, in there, especially in the federal courthouse. You have to turn your phone in before you go. Laptops are allowed in so that you can take notes because, print reporters are in there, electronic, meaning, journalists who are either on the radio or TV, are also in there, and it requires note taking. And in this day and age, not everybody uses the legal pad. Some of us are old school. I've been doing this for 30-something years, as much as we're just going to say, but I and a number of colleagues are still I still pen and paper it, and you get to a point where you have your own shorthand, if you will, trying to take things into consideration, trying to take things down. But yeah, some, younger, some of the more modern reporters, may, use the laptop and things like that. That's fine. Me, I'm still old school. I still got my legal pad, and my 2 pens. Is this live now? Yep. Yes, it is. We are absolutely live. It is 1:47 on Monday, the 19th. So, yep, absolutely, it is live right now. But, yep, still pen and paper. There are no phones allowed in. And what happens in criminal court for, like, within the city, like when you're going into 100 Center, depending upon the rules of the court, you can take your phone inside with you, but has to be silenced, and it cannot be out in court, like that. And the bailiffs patrol, the sheriff's officers patrol the area just to make sure everybody is abiding by the rules. I have witnessed it before. They have absolutely thrown journalists out. I covered Harvey Weinstein's first trial back in 2019 or 2020. I know it was before the pandemic, so I believe it was late winter, spring of 2020. And I remember at least 2 instances where they kicked journalists out, of the courtroom for, not having the phone out of plain view. When they say put it away, they mean put it away. And so, yeah, you absolutely can get thrown out. And I promise you, it is just as embarrassing as you might imagine it would be. It is not pretty, when that happens. So you may get, given the magnitude, of the case, something like a Weinstein, something like a Diddy, the celebrity nature, of the defendant, will certainly bring journalists in from across the world, if you will, when the president was going through his cases, last year, the year before, journalists flock in, for things like that. Some of them may not know the rules, of the courtroom and, may, have maybe not heard, the bailiff say, put the phone or your devices away, but yeah, I've absolutely witnessed it, on several occasions where, someone's been, kicked out of the courtroom, for not having that phone placed away. Again, this was in criminal court, 100 Center a few times. Hey, Yesenia, like that. One of our good day producers walking by, like that. Let's see. And time for another one, Alex. Anyone else? Speculation. Yeah, be careful with that. Be careful when you are drawing conclusions and things like that. Just remember, we're trying to make sure we report information. I'm just keeping my eye to see if any new updates came from out of the courtroom just now. But, we try to make sure that the information we're giving you, is as accurate as it's been given to us. Like that. So just be careful. When it comes to, like things like that. Why are cameras allowed in some trials and not others? Totally up to the judge. That's a great question. Totally up to the judge. And sometimes it can be a last minute request. I can think of many times at the Queens courthouse where we've had to, like if it's a case that's happened overnight or earlier that morning, where you have to make the cameras in request there in person, up in the Bronx, at the criminal courthouse there, where you have to fill out a form, your station, who you are, submit it to the judge, and it is entirely up to the discretion of the judge, to determine, yes, I will, no, I won't. One thing that we do as well is, meaning journalists on this side, in certain cases, there is a pool camera, meaning like Fox or ABC or NBC, CNN, one camera is allowed to be the pool. And for the still photographers, meaning for your newspapers, news magazines, entities like that, one photo journalist that way with a still camera, is also allowed. And then they will share the video amongst all the other stations that are there. And this reduces 10, to 20 cameras lined up it cuts down on the possibilities of distractions to a legal proceeding where potentially someone's life or death, their freedom or their being put behind bars is all on the line, like that. So that's just one of the areas where they try to mitigate that. But yeah, it's up to the court to decide. You can request, they get requests for no cameras allowed. That happens a lot, from either side, whether the defense or the prosecution, you get requests for those as well. So it's entirely up to the judge. Federal court, not to my knowledge, there are never cameras. It's always a sketch artist, which is why you see sketchers, your Jane Rosenbergs, one that are there. So those are the ones that, cases where there are never, cameras in. El Chapo, over in Brooklyn, Jam Master Jay, I don't know if you remember that, his trial, the men accused of killing Jason Mizell, Jam Master Jay for Run DMZ. I covered that one, and that also, was sketches as well. So again, federal court, to my knowledge and understanding, it is always sketches. On the non-federal cases, your state and your locals, it's entirely up to the discretion of the judge, who can go. There have been times even where the judge will allow, believe it or not, video but no audio. It's like, yep, you can get the proceedings, you just can't hear. Sometimes you may have to go back and say, well, can we, put a mic someplace, so like that, But yeah, it's entirely up to the judge. Some judges, have a hard, nope, strict no camera policy. Others, not so much. Understanding that public interest in a case, is of such that a camera, is allowed. So, that's taken into consideration, as well. Then, of course, privacy of the individuals involved, as well. So it's entirely up to the judge, he or she, who's sitting on the bench for the case. That's it. Okay. So now at 3 o'clock on Fox Local on the app, and if you don't have it, I strongly encourage you to do that. Here's what's going to happen. I'm anchoring that at 3. Normally it's a 13-minute newscast, but today we're going to be going a little bit longer because, again, we're waiting for the NTSB to have a news conference to bring us up to speed on the Brooklyn Bridge accident where the Mexican Navy ship hit it on Saturday evening. So it'll be a little bit longer. So that's in about an hour or so that you'll see me over there. So if you're around, if you're in your day, if you have a few minutes to share with us, you can join me over there at 3 o'clock. We'll also see afterwards, depending upon, what my news responsibilities are for the day, for the 5 o'clock newscast. Alex and I may join you back again for a little update leading into our news at 5 also. But I thank you for your attention. I thank you all for the questions. I thank you for being, kind to each other and your engagement, and with whatever questions Alex had to censor, that you weren't too unkind to me or us, in asking like that. But we certainly do appreciate and value these moments. And stay safe. If you're commuting, if you're driving, however you're moving about in and around this area or wherever you may be joining us from our hearts, always just stay safe. I'll talk to you soon. I'm Antoine Lewis.
She's off the stand.
Hey, how are you? You got anything today? Anything good?
How you doing? You know where I work, right? I work for Port Authority. You know what's surrounding the entire Port Authority, right? These kinds of stanchions. You know what I used to have?
Maybe I'm sleeping.
एक सेकंड प्लीज your body language and breathe. क्योंकि मैं टेलीफोन के ऊपर तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हाँ शायद शाम आपको कैसे पैसे जो हैं सबको देने पड़ेंगे या अपना हिस्सा देगी मीना जो है वो अपना हिस्सा देगी, मैं अपना दूंगा, यास्मीन अपना देगा। आपका हिस्सा जो है वो डिफर हो जाएगा। जब हर फाइनली बिक जाएगा तो वो उसमें से पैसे निकलेंगे। नहीं यास्मीन जी, ये रसूल पाक का भी कहना है कि जब तुम कारोबार करो तो अमेजिंग नहीं है मौसम नहीं मौसम आप आप लोग जो है ना हर चीज़ जो है दीन में गुस्से होते हो टू एक्सप्लेन इट टू यू मैं जो ना आपको सूरह निसा और सूरह सारी आपको समझा सकता हूँ बट आई डोंट कैरी माई रिलीजन ऑन माई स्लीव तो मेरा कहने का मकसद ये है कि आई डू इट कि जब ये सारा सेटल हो जाएगा तो जो आपका बनता है जो आपने देना है वो जो I don't know. समझ आई ना आई वॉन्ट टू कीप इट क्लियर एंड ऑन बोर्ड इस वक्त तो मेरे साथ ये क्या कहते हैं स्नार्की बात मत करो और डोंट बी अ स्मार्ट एस वो जैसे कहते हैं ना देयर इज अ टाइम टू क्रैक अ जोक एंड देयर इज अ टाइम टू बी सीरियस और जहाँ तक टीना का वो बात की मसले काटने वाली कमिटमेंट बंदे की होती है एज ए लोन ऑफिसर हमारे बैंक के लोन्स जो थे ना जो चाइना में और सिंगापुर में देते थे जो नेवर क्योंकि लोगों की वहाँ होता है कल्चर है कि दे के अमेरिका में ले लो पाकिस्तान में ले लो तो टीना जो है शी हैज इनफ मनी एंड शी शुड स्टार्ट प्रॉफिट बाकी सारा पैसा जो जाएगा वो यास्मीन के पास जाएगा और यास्मीन जो हम everyone is contributing towards this case. यास्मीन भी आप भी होना दिल्ली के लिखा साहब और नीना भी रखना यास्मीन जी आप कलम से तो लिख सकते
Where's filmmakers?
आप कलम से तो लिख सकते
You guys are filmmakers?
Sorry? Oh no, we're a news crew. We're a news crew.
For independent?
No, I'm with the Associated Press.
look comfortable.
Also you will have the vagina. But if I ask you to be
Shoot my bull. Yeah, give me my bull. You got it on because I don't see him. I don't know him like that.
Yeah, it's still going on.
Today?
Till 3 o'clock.
No, just come on.
You seen anybody going?
Yeah, the lawyers come and go.
Do you see his face?
They're not here today. No, they're like the graduates. His mom's there.
About Cassie?
She's no longer testifying.
They done with her?
There was a new witness earlier. I'm not sure who's on still.
There's a black lady in there, Dawn
Richards, she already left.
He said she was there.
He said it was like remorse. But he can't go for
No, not unless we problem.
No, the front. No, this is the back. Yeah, you're more likely to see somebody in front.
What you think about this? Okay.
I'm not allowed to have an. I'm not allowed to have an opinion. I'm a journalist. What do you think?
Everything I see, like everything on social media, like from the case and Lisa, it sounded like a bunch of emotion. I ain't seen
What's the definition?
Everything that she said, she had text message or something like that. From everything that she
More, she's like a friend of Cassie Ventura. Carrie Morgan's off.
Huh?
Carrie Morgan.
Yeah, no, I know. What's her name's off. They pull it out.
You mean Morgan? Carrie Morgan's off. Yeah. Oh no, she'll walk out right here. What car did she get? Previously, she was in like that one of those black cars. I think that one has like.
I'm asking why there's so many people here.
P. Diddy trial.
Oh.
See that one? That's that one. I think it's that one. We should go closer because they're going to walk out. Carrie Morgan is off the stand.
Excuse me?
Carrie Morgan is off the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. She went out. So they're waiting for her.
It happens that fast.
That was the other one behind the one I didn't.
It's one of these cars.
Yeah. We're gonna get her for like 4 seconds.
No idea.
Jake Clayton, U.S. Attorney.
I have no idea. I blinked and I missed it. Oh, girl, she hopping right in that car. I don't give a fuck. I'm not case of a
Jake
million,
Clayton?
and I'm okay with that.
The acting U.S. Attorney.
That's a good one. I didn't- Hold on, try not to block them.
You're okay.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Because, no, I don't like that because you guys get aggressive, so I'm just trying to help my good sis out. Like, don't have no fight, y'all. We'll fight this out here.
See this? Long lens. I stay back.
I love that for you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She needs to get in there.
Okay, good. So he's prepping.
Young kids need to learn to get in there.
I love that. Thank you.
Get old, learn to stand back.
I am around. You've been jumping in front of my camera.
I was?
Yeah, even since this morning. I didn't want to bring it up, but sorry.
Harry, how are you feeling? Oh my God. So, you know, we gotta ask you. Do you want to be friends with Cassie again? Like, are you open to rekindling that friendship at some point? No. So, what if you were interested in having her? Well, okay. If Cassie called you to jail, if Cassie called you today, would you answer? Thank you, Carrie. Good luck to you. Ciao.
listen, that was a good ass. If Cassie goes through there,
Did you get any stills?
I got her stills earlier. She still was wearing the sunglasses. So.
Yeah, I know. That's.
Can you identify these attorneys?
I mean, the defense and their.
The prosecution. There's two. There's ones that I showed you.
Yeah, you showed me those. They look.
Christine Slavic.
Yeah.
They do not have any internet presence.
That's what I'm finding.
That's the problem.
Well, the case for all the U.S. attorneys. They all scrub.
Oh, really?
Yeah. After Trump, they all started scrubbing their online presence because they were all getting threats.
Did you end up publishing those photos this morning?
I sent them to the desk and submitted them. They have more time on their hands. If I sit here and start looking for it, yeah, maybe I'll find one. But out of 6 people, I need time. I couldn't find their internet presence, no Facebook, no Instagram, nothing. So.
Did you get that shot of the acting U.S. attorney?
They still paying people to wear shirts over here.
What?
I said I saw they was paying. Oh no, they was paying people to wear those shirts. They still doing that?
I don't know. Paying people to wear what shirts?
Free P Diddy shirt.
I haven't seen anything.
No. No, I saw it on social media. That's how I got you. Oh, you're not out here every day?
You should go check out the front. There's a lot more activity.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the back. They said.
Real action isn't. Real action isn't.
All the way up there?
Yeah.
Just in front of this building right here.
How did you know they were coming out?
She was off the stand. She was off the stand.
Now testifying is David James, personal assistant to Combs from 2007.
What does he look like?
Supposed to bend from the head.
Did you get anything, Jay? Did you make Clayton?
I got a profile.
That's all anybody's seen of him. Yeah, since they announced him 2 weeks ago, I've not seen anybody. He has not been public. He's still not confirmed. He's only acting.
Yeah, I got a profile.
Yeah.
The
with his cheap cuff, he's worth like $100 million. Yeah, he used to run a hedge fund. Then he was head of the SEC, and then he was now he's this.
So he hasn't been photographed in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, he was only appointed a month ago. So he hasn't been there.
was pretty happy with the testimony. I think she was very serious.
I've had like 3 people today yelling.
Who? Like just randos?
Yeah, there's some law student over there was like doing a bunch of selfies. Or no, she had a crew of people taking photos of her, and I was filming her and going, "Are you part of the DVD?" No, stop filming me.
Stop filming me. If she's a law student, then she knows.
Well,
you have no rights.
I thought I was photographing one of the prosecutors.
Yeah, I was with you, the judge.
Yeah. She was yelling, "Stop taking photographs. I'm the judge." And I have a photograph like this. I'm the judge.
The judge of this trial?
No. Some other judge.
Like one of the prosecutors.
You know, it's my philosophy is take photos first and then delete them.
Always.
But now, since she said I'm a judge, I'm going to keep it. You never know when you need it, right?
That's the problem with the whole judiciary, is that it's like cut off from the cameras. That's the problem. Yeah, that's exactly why. Yeah. You're making decisions on behalf of the public. You're public figures.
I think they have scrubbed their social media and everything. Yes. At first you do their job. You don't worry about what is
Jury for the first time. I
I went from Brooklyn to Manhattan.
You again.
Like,
No, he's all right. He stopped me coming over and asked what whatever. But he had that interview out of him. Then he went.
I wish I'd have seen him 10 seconds sooner.
Either way.
Yeah, we don't have a good picture. I shot him a year and a half ago at a investment conference. He was speaking as former head of the SEC, and he was in fact working at his head. Huh? No.
Tommy was like shot this morning. The last photo we had of her on the wireless.
Hey, how are you? I'm sorry. Which one is this?
I mean, I think she just said I'm not going to say it. So we'll do a sit-back debrief. How am I going to know when I'm down for this? Okay. I mean,
Hi, David. This is Attorney Chris Ryder. Calling about.
You guys have seen the defense attorneys come out this back way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's a question.
Just turn it off.
First thing is what the battery dies. What's the battery?
I mean, I would think you would want your neutral density filter on 116. Did you think it was exposed?
Yeah, it was.
Focus should be auto. Oh.
Most parts of those.
Do you have it on full auto or something? Oh, yeah, check that out. So why would you do that? That's why. Your gain is set to medium, like low. Your gain is 0. Your white balance should be daylight. I mean, the fact of the battery, you have this, you have that on, so it's pretty. That's like something to do with the dark side. Well, because it's bright out, dial it down. You had your gain set to
Yeah, like you said something about 56.
you want the white balance for daylight, which is 56. Yeah, that's it.
This, you think it's too heavy? Is yours that heavy? Because you on
I don't think
6.
it's too heavy. No,
Yeah.
you've got nice rest.
Yeah, I bought this. I was trying to choose from Sony this one.
That's enough.
Absolutely. I don't know how to do it. It's scary.
Maybe if you're close to this.
Right. But you know, you lose power. It won't be. I don't know. It's still.
I mean,
You think those will replace these? Eventually?
your assessments.
Is that 16? 14?
Gift? No. Ted, are you trying to get a date?
No, I just think you do. Oh, it's wrapping for today. It's over for today.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. You back out here tomorrow?
No, I won't be out here again until. I might be out here briefly. I won't do a whole day shift here until Thursday.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, sure thing.
You gonna be out tomorrow?
I'll be back here Thursday.
Thursday, okay. And we have no court Friday.
Oh, really?
No court.
Okay.
See you in a little while. Thank you.
See you. Is that Harry Potter?
It's like it's his daughter.
Hey, Juliet, can you help me identify some of these attorneys?
Yeah. Her, I don't know.
What was the name of the DA?
What?
The DA who went there? Acting DA?
U.S. Attorney. Jake Clayton. He's acting acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Jay.
Yeah, they do. No. Oh, yeah, like she looks familiar to me. Yeah. But I didn't know what she
She's the best.
What?
I said she's the best. She's like takes time to tell you. Yeah, I think that's her. I can't.
She was not able to positively ID it.
Yeah,
either.
but she took the time to.
I mean, Umar and I were seeing this morning.
Yeah.
Without really knowing who they were.
Yeah. But I mean, she was cool enough to stop and do it. That way, other people would be like, "I gotta go find him." Or I gotta. She's helped me. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Do we know what the assistant guy looks like? No.
No. Yeah, she said there was a video feed, so I guess she okay. Yeah.
You have to be in the courthouse, though, to see the video feed. In the press room.
I think two of those people we photographed this morning.
Two people now.
The box slap.
Yeah, but she's the only one with the actual. But two people now. Thumbs to the bed.
The person on the screen, how was the dress up? How was the dress up?
Suit. Doesn't really matter. Like I said, not everybody is. Yeah, what comes around goes around.
Yep.
You know, she used to be married to Chris.
Yep.
She was?
Yep.
Could he be the one?
Yep.
That's him?
I'll jump in. Let's just jump in.
He has a better. So brought it up.
Singer Dawn Richards' testimony, and then so it seemed like the incident came out higher of that, and then so they had Carrie Morgan, long time friend from the modeling.
Is it like her phone?
Yeah. She's in school.
Who are you guys waiting for?
The defense attorney. Why? She just knows you. They could have gone out the front.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Right there. David James, yeah, personal assistant to Combs from 2007 to 2009.
It's
What was his role?
Personal assistant.
I don't no, but the one that I've been
Dude.
like pushing for the last month. So now I know it's going to come in like super valuable. So that's good. We're getting back on track. I'm going to send another invoice this week for sure. You know, because I meant to send one on Friday, like to meet at the courthouse till 5 p.m. I just kind of was like, after I got out, I was like, yeah, I'm going home. Yeah. Well, how was your weekend? Well, thanks for letting me know that. recap story is going to be like, you know, like all of what happened today. So it won't just be about Carrie. So I'll just, if I touch on Carrie, I'll just. $75 for my opinion and recap video. So plus 5
First, our place to do it. But I'm gonna put myself on the floor.
Well, here, Salia's here.
I don't sell them either. Who are you working for? What's your name? About?
Who will we watch?
Time of day.
What? I mean, David James just left like 3 minutes ago.
No, it's 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm cool. I got Carrie leaving like about an hour ago. 2:50. Maybe not quite an hour ago. Maybe like 30 minutes ago.
In the morning.
It was like she arrived. Carrie Morgan.
No. Well, when she arrived, did you get that?
Yes.
You did. So that was what, 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah. Here, it's cool. I'm cool. I have it on my phone. I just AirPhones.
Oh, awesome. Is this is
That's cool. Yeah.
okay?
I shot that with my phone.
Do you have? What about the mornings?
That's her arriving in the morning.
Okay. What about the other witness?
Dawn Richard, she went in the front, so I did not get her,
Okay.
but I got her exit. I got a nice shot of her exit. It's on the camera. It's not on my phone. But it's in the pool. It happened at.
Damn, I did not know that.
I mean, you can. Are you using a Zoom?
Yes.
Well, you can just dub the card. Dub the card if you want. And it's, have the attorneys left yet? Dawn Richard, I got her coming out. It was like around 11:40. So that'll be cool. Or I can just she's usually. I don't think she understood the question. What specifically?
He's front. She's.
This one's how are we going to know if the attorneys already went to the front?
They would leave from the front. They leave from the front. And everyone follows them.
Makes sense to walk out there. The boss is up there, so they're probably leaving the front.
You're ready for them.
ready to go to sleep. But yeah, I'm also.
First day I ran into these detectives or whoever, ready to work in this house. They were all like gypsies. Now they're chill. They know I won't storm or, get too close. So they just tend to pull off.
Yeah. You're part of the process. Everyone's entitled to it.
You got a good height. You can take my height and give me your height. This one?
Would Andrew tell you if he was already out?
This is very old.
Yeah. Oh, he wouldn't text me. He would just, I'd have to ask him. He's not proactive.
You had this last night.
If I tell him, hey, tell me, he will tell me. But I don't tell him.
Oh, okay. That's all the same way. That's fine. Go back and forth the whole way. I'm actually going to go tonight. Oh, really? It sounded dusty. Not as much as they should.
The attorneys tomorrow.
Right next to me, and there's a lot of babies. Pick up the language, just find out a couple of words that are really interesting. Good work. I speak Spanish too.
Like them
I just
that.
have trouble with English. You have to understand me. All right, see you guys.
Hey, you know what
It's like annoying, so I'm gonna walk over to get it.
Jake, you want lobster or ribeye? Or wagyu? Next week. I mean this week. Nothing, okay. I'll do pussy. Oh my goodness. My son
They're funny.
Oi. Hey, I know where it's Did that the last time?
I had a interior mounted walls. I had a interior mounted walls.
He also said that he referred to him as that's too early to leave. You can't leave yet. She's out of LA taking care of his
I just asked me if I can ask you. Just want to try to talk to you. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Did the lawyers already leave? Not in front? You have to edit that whole package now, too?
The guy.
No, that's good.
I'm the chaser. They try to make me edit, they lose the chasing. Somebody we should know. Somebody we should know.
Sure. Shoot me an email.
Only one is not. Literally staring. Call me. What? What? Always.
I mean, that's what Paul said. Yeah, I've seen. Nobody's asking me from my office. Penny's exiting. Penny, here it goes. I guess so. Mike.
Sorry for the delay. I forgot what happened next.
So they're making me keep the tripod against this thing here. So I'm just wondering.
Okay.
So maybe, you know what, this is going to look nice if you stand right here.
Okay. So I'm gonna crouch down behind this, and I can like look like I'm in prison.
Yes, please do that.
I think it might be. I didn't really see. I was looking at the TV. I didn't really see it too well.
Oh, you were in the.
I was in the press room.
Yes.
But
damn it! Everybody was in the press room.
That does look like that guy.
Yeah, that's okay.
They showed like a picture of him.
Hey, so I have Mike
and
here.
it does look like him, but I don't want to mislead you.
No, that's fine. Thanks. You gave the same exact answer as
They
three
just
other
went out the
people.
front, right?
It was sort of like a day that.
I know. That's awesome.
Okay. We want to wait. I guess two of the defense attorneys are out.
Kenny went the other way.
Kenny went the other way.
All right. Yeah. Wait.
You want to just chill for 5 minutes? We got a chair right here.
It's fine. You can stay.
This one is definitely.
Yeah, but I'm not sure who it is.
This one I think was not her. She was not part of the prosecution. This one.
Okay. Yeah, she's a part of it. She's up.
She is part of it?
Yes.
I don't want to put a photo out.
Doing the two phone trick. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say maybe Nick can help identify them, but maybe he won't because of that scrubbing situation. The spokesman for the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Oh.
Mike, this computer is slow.
Sorry.
Of kind of like, not just like the
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the guy. No, he's a real estate agent in Northfield. Yeah, this is basically the photo that he was his assistant.
This last guy was his assistant.
Anytime, man. What?
See you. Then he goes there as a student, right? She's an adult, but like using all this money to gain for like yeah, it was like I think they have to go and it's like they came out with a bang. Stop right. People are in the oh, correct. I think the federal does, but they said that. It's like, well, like also they have. That's his mom too.
So therefore,
more minutes.
I'm back inside. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so I went home Friday. The whole store real quick. See you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow.
Good work. You got all. That's why you're back here. You cut all those people back.
Yeah.
You said it. What's your hope? Wacky Willie from West Side doesn't show up. The guy was screaming over here, man. I nicknamed all the fucking actors. Let's see you tomorrow.
Everybody.
Hello, sir.
What's up, my man? How you feeling?
How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good.
How are you? I would hug you too, but I've known him for like 10 years. And then I'll hug everybody. Zach, hug my wife.
across the street.
It's not going to play later. This is just a walk. Great. All right, thank you. Thank you. Omar, be well, man. All right, so long.
See you tomorrow, sir.
You too. Really? All right. Take care.
Thank you,
Have a good
Counselor.
day. Have a good afternoon.
Who's that? The slide. So Jake Lane? Shit.
I thought you knew. Who was it? Jake Lake.
Right there?
Yeah.
Why didn't you say that?
I did.
You know what? I was not paying attention.
Just like some guy.
Some guy walking on the elevator. Yeah. And I was like, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna say on the video.
No, it's meanwhile you're writing it with the guy who will cross everybody.
I was walking. I came down the other corner, and then you went out the side, like over here. Yeah, I wasn't in it with him. I would have. Then I would have figured it out.
That would be.
I would have figured that out. Usually I'm pretty like.
All right, 1 more minute.